The night air is thick with the scent of old smoke and distant embers, a whisper of flame still clinging to the wind, as if the memory of Smaug's wrath has never truly faded. Picture this: a lone figure, his cloak heavy with the dust of forgotten roads, steps into the flickering light of a tavern at the edge of Dale. His name is Ilian, a bard with a lute that hums with secrets strung between its worn frets. The people here speak in hushed tones, their voices trembling like the firelight dancing on the walls, and though the dragon's shadow has long been cast aside, fear lingers like a ghost in the rafters. Tonight, Ilian carries more than just an instrument. He carries a story, one that could either soothe restless hearts or stir the embers of old nightmares. And as he settles into the warmth of the hearth, you can almost hear the strings of his lute tremble with the weight of the tale about to unfold. Where are you listening from tonight? Curled up beneath blankets, or perhaps with a cup of something warm in hand? Let us know in the comments below. We'd love to hear where your journey into rest begins, because stories like these, whispered in the quiet hours, have a way of traveling far beyond the walls of any tavern. They settle into the cracks of our imagination, wrapping around us like the glow of a dying fire. And this one, my friends, begins not with a roar, but with a breath. The deep, steadying breath of a storyteller who knows that some truths are best revealed in the spaces between the notes. The flames crackle, casting long shadows that twist and curl like the smoke of a dragon's last sigh. Ilian's fingers hover over the strings, and for a moment, the entire room seems to hold its breath. Because tonight, the tale isn't just about fire and gold, or even the great beast who once ruled the mountain. It's about the shadows left behind, the ones that cling to the edges of memory, the ones that stir when the wind carries the scent of ash. So lean in close, let the warmth of the hearth settle around you, and let your mind wander into the depths of Middle-earth, where even the quietest stories can echo like thunder in the dark. The firelight flickers, and the tale begins. The lute hums low under Ilian's touch, a mournful note that seems to pull the very shadows closer. Erebor, he murmurs, and the word hangs in the air like the last echo of a fallen kingdom. Not just stone and gold, but a heartbeat, the clang of hammers, the chorus of dwarven voices raised in song, all so vast they swallowed the light of 1,000 torches. His fingers pluck a slow, descending melody, as if tracing the memory of those towering pillars now lost to fire and time. The tavern's fire crackles, but no one stirs, not even when he speaks of Thror, the king who walked those glittering halls with a crown heavy on his brow and a hunger heavier still in his chest. Gold can be a kind of blindness, Ilian murmurs. It fills the hands but empties the eyes, and so when the shadow came, when the wind brought not the scent of pine, but burning, a string trembles, sharp as a gasp. The child near the hearth whimpers, and for a heartbeat, the bard hesitates. The mothers in the room clutch their little ones closer, their own memories stirring like embers kicked awake. But Ilian knows some wounds must be aired to heal. His voice softens, but it does not falter. Smaug came not as a thief in the night, but as a storm wings stretched wide enough to blot out the sun, scales gleaming like a river of molten brass. The sky itself seemed to bleed fire that day. A shiver runs through the room, but the bard's fingers never still. The music weaves through the horror, a thread of something softer remembrance, not just of fear, but of what was. And yet, he continues, Even dragons cannot burn everything. Some things are carved too deep, into stone, into bone, into the stories we tell when the nights grow long. The fire pops, sending up a shower of sparks, and for the first time, the child lifts their head. Ilian catches their gaze and offers the smallest smile, his melody shifting, still sorrowful, but with a thread of resilience woven through. Stories are like that, he says, almost gently. They carry what the fire cannot touch. The room breathes again, the tension unspooling like smoke into the rafters. And as the bard's voice weaves onward, the tale becomes not just one of loss, but of the quiet, stubborn things that remain when the flames have faded. The gold is gone, the halls are silent, but the songs, like the people who sing them, endure. The melody darkens, sinking into a lower register like a shadow, creeping across the ruined lands beyond Dale. The desolation, Ilian murmurs, and the words taste of ash. A wasteland where even the wind fears to sing. No birds dare nest in the skeletons of charred oaks. The rivers, once bright with fish and laughter, now slither black and silent, their waters choked with the memory of fire. A hush falls as the bard's fingers trace a dissonant chord, the sound jagged as broken stone. In the back of the room, a merchant shifts uncomfortably, his rings clinking against his tankard. Cursed gold, the man mutters, loud enough for the room to hear. That's what buried the mountain. That's what called the worm. Ilian's hand stills on the lute strings. The firelight catches the lines of his face, turning them deep as the cracks in the earth he describes. No, he says quietly, gold is but gold. It cannot curse, only reflect what already lingers in the hearts of men. The true shadow. He lets the question hang, his gaze drifting to the window, where the distant peak of Erebor looms like a sleeping giant. It's the fear that outlasts the flames, the way a single story of loss can twist into 100 tales of dread, passed down until they harden like dragon scales around a people's courage. A log collapses in the hearth, sending up a flurry of sparks, and the bard seizes the moment, leaning forward. But listen now, he whispers, as if sharing a secret the very walls might covet. The elves of Mirkwood speak of a prophecy, not carved in stone, but woven into their oldest songs. They say Smaug's shadow never truly left, not as scales and fire, but as something quieter, hungrier. His fingers pluck a single, shimmering note. Greed is a kind of dragon, after all. It sleeps in the hollows of the heart, and when it wakes, he lets the silence finish the thought. The merchant pales, his knuckles whitening around his cup, but the child by the fire, the one who flinched at the mention of wings and flame, now sits perfectly still, their eyes wide not with fear, but understanding. Ilian smiles just a little. Prophecies are tricky things, he muses, his melody lightening like dawn after a long night. They don't tell us what must be, only what could be. And that, his lute thrums, hopeful as a heartbeat. That means we still get to choose. A single note lingers in the air, pure as starlight piercing through smoke. The sound of the Arkenstone's echo, or perhaps the last flicker of hope before the storm. Ilian's voice drops to a whisper now, as if the mountain itself leans in to listen. Thorin Oakenshield, he breathes, and the name carries the weight of 1,000 regrets. He stood ankle deep in gold, yet his fingers clutched only for that one gem. Cold as winter, bright as betrayal, the lute mimics the clink of coins, the restless shuffle of a king pacing his hoard, until the melody twists into something darker, discordant. Dragon sickness, the bard explains, does not roar like flame. It slithers, it whispers that you are owed, that the world has taken from you, until even kin become thieves in your eyes. A man near the hearth grips his tankard tighter, his knuckles pale. He knows this story, not from songs, but from the way his own father's eyes glazed over counting ledger books late into the night. Ilian sees the recognition and nods, his music softening. The battle of 5 armies was not just orc and steel, he continues. It was a war within Thorin's heart, hammering against his ribs like a prisoner in a gilded cage. And when the eagles came, a high, soaring chord leaps from the strings. They did not bring victory, not yet. First, they brought a choice. The child by the fire lifts their head. What choice? They blurt, then claps a hand over their mouth. But Elion only smiles, his fingers coaxing a gentler rhythm from the lute. To open the hand, he says simply. To let go, to see that the stone was never the light, only a thing that reflected it. The melody shifts again, weaving warmth back into the room, like a hearth coaxed to life. Funny, isn't it? The bard's voice is rueful now. We spend our lives chasing shinier and shinier cages, while the real treasure, he plucks a single string, clear and bright. The real treasure is the hand that reaches back when you finally drop the weight. Outside, the wind moans against the shutters, but inside, the silence is different now, not heavy with dread, but ripe with something like relief. The merchant sighs, his rings loosening around his cup, and the child, they press a small, smooth stone into their mother's palm, a thing found earlier in the river, now suddenly precious. Ilian sees it, and his next note is so light, so tender, it could mend cracks in the world. The lute's melody shifts suddenly, playful as a hobbit's footstep on a sunlit path. Ah, but then came Bilbo Baggins, Ilian announces, his voice lifting like a breeze through the Shire's rolling hills. A burglar by contract, a hero by accident, armed with nothing but a borrowed coat and a tongue quicker than a fox in henhouse. The tavern erupts in laughter as the bard puffs out his chest, mimicking Bilbo's nervous bravado. Barrel rider, he called himself. Ilian chuckles, plucking a jaunty tune. And Smaug, coiled atop his gold like a cat on a warm hearth, found himself amused, but the merriment fades as the bard's fingers slow. The firelight catches the tension in his jaw. Dragons, he murmurs, do not stay amused for long. The strings grow taut, each note sharp as a claw unsheathing. Smaug's voice was honey over poison, smooth, mocking, peeling back Bilbo's lies like layers of an onion. You have nice manners for a thief, he purred, and the words curled around the hobbit like smoke, searching for weakness. A shiver runs through the room. The young dwarf in the corner, his beard barely grown, his axe too big for his hand, stiffens, his eyes bright with something older than his years. Ilian hesitates. He could skip ahead, spin the tale toward the dragon's downfall, the triumph of eagles and arrows, but the dwarf's grip on his axe tells another story, of fathers who never returned from the mountain, of empty chairs at family tables. The bard takes a slow breath. Cunning, he says carefully, is a double-edged sword. Bilbo's riddles bought time, but Smaug's words, they lit fires of their own. The lute hums a discordant note, the sound of a dragon planting seeds of doubt. What of your friends? Smaug whispered. The ones who sent you in alone. The dwarf's knuckles whiten. Ilian's voice drops, not in retreat, but in resolve. Some scars don't fade, he admits, and some tales shouldn't be trimmed to fit a happy ending. The truth is, Bilbo walked out of that mountain, carrying more than gold. He carried the weight of every word Smaug used to divide them, every whisper that festered long after the dragon's wings lay still. The music softens, not with evasion, but with space, for the dwarf's grief, for the room's quiet reckoning. Then, like dawn breaking, Ilian plucks a single, clear note. But here's the thing about hobbits, he adds, a sly smile tugging at his lips. They may not be warriors, but they're stubborn as old tree roots. And sometimes, the melody brightens, stubbornly hopeful. Sometimes the smallest hand can steady the axe that cuts the deepest shadow. The young dwarf blinks, his grip loosening just a fraction. And in that moment, the tale becomes not just about a dragon's malice, but about the quiet, stubborn light that answers it. The lute's strings tremble as Ilian's fingers hover, the firelight painting his face in flickering gold and shadow. The wind changed, he says, so softly the room leans in to catch the words, just as the dragon's wings beat downward, as if the very air conspired to still him for a single, fatal breath. A high, thin note quivers from the lute, the sound of a bowstring pulled taut. Bard of Lake Town stood on broken beams, his father's bow in his hands, his children's names on his lips. The bard's voice drops to a whisper. The black arrow flew not with anger, but with sorrow. A son's grief, a people's hope, all packed into one unerring shaft. A woman near the hearth stifles a sob, her fingers clutching a tarnished locket. Ilian sees her, feels the weight of her loss like a stone in his own chest. For a heartbeat, he considers softening the blow, turning the dragon's fall into a grand spectacle of heroism. But the elder by the fire meets his gaze, her eyes steady as the roots of the lonely mountain. She gives the barest nod. The truth, not comfort, is what the room needs tonight. So Ilian lets the music darken. Smaug roared, he says, and the lute mimics the sound a discordant wail that shakes the tavern's very timbers. Not in pain, but in outrage, that something so small, so fragile, could undo him. The strings screech as the bard's hand slashes downward, mimicking wings buckling, the great body twisting midair. Fire gushed from his jaws, but this time it was aimless. A final, furious spray across the rooftops, as if he could take the whole world with him. The melody fractures, notes scattering like embers on the wind. The weeping woman's breath hitches. Ilian doesn't shy from it. He fell, he murmurs, not with a crash, but a splash. The lake swallowed him whole, his fire dying with a hiss that steamed the air for days. A single deep note resonates, the sound of water closing over scales, of silence after storm. The tavern holds its breath. Then, softly, the elder speaks for the first time. And then, she prompts, her voice rough as tree bark. Ilian's fingers find a new chord, lighter now, like dawn creeping over blackened ruins. And then, he says, the people crawled from the wreckage. Not just the lucky ones, but the wounded, the ones who'd lost everything but their own two hands. The music quickens, stubborn as a heartbeat. They rebuilt not because they'd forgotten the fire, but because they refused to let it be the last thing they remembered. The woman with the locket uncurls her fingers. Inside lies a tiny portrait, not of her grandfather, but of a child. Her child, born in the ashes. She touches it once, then lifts her chin. The bard sees it, and his next note is so sweet, so full of quiet triumph, it could mend the cracks in the world. The trader's laughter rings loud in the quiet tavern, his gold-chased cup sloshing as he waves a dismissive hand. Dragons, he scoffs, bones and dust beneath the lake. Let the bards sing of shadows if they must, but we've work to do, markets to fill, trade to rebuild. The firelight glints off the rings crowding his fingers, each one a tiny hoard of its own. Ilian's lute falls silent, but his gaze doesn't waver. He's seen this before. The way men rebuild towers before the rubble's cooled. How quickly gold becomes the answer to every question. A dwarf in the corner, his beard threaded with silver from the mountain's forges, grunts into his ale. Aye, Dale's walls rise again, he mutters, but mortar won't hold if the foundations rot. The room tenses. No one names the rot, not yet. Ilian's fingers drift back to the strings, plucking a melody so old the elves claim it was spun from starlight. Lindir of Rivendell, he begins, once sang me a dream. The notes shimmer, strange and sweet as water under moonlight, not of battles or gold, but of a mountain that breathed. The trader rolls his eyes, but the child by the hearth leans forward, their small hands cupped as if to catch the vision. In this dream, the bard continues. Erebor's halls echoed not with clinking coins, but with laughter, the kind that rolls up from the belly when work is shared and bread is broken freely. The Arkenstone, it sat in the throne room, yes, but uncovered, unclaimed. Just another glittering thing in a mountain already full of them. The young dwarf, the one with the two big axe, snorts. A pretty tale, but stone and steel built that mountain, not dreams. Ilian smiles, but there's sorrow in it, and what's stone without the hands that shape it? His lute mimics the rhythmic tap of a hammer, steady and sure. Thror's crown was heavy because he bore it alone. The dream Lindir sang, it had 1,000 hands lifting it. A hush falls. The elder by the fire, her face a map of wrinkles, reaches into her cloak and pulls out a small, rough-cut gem. No bigger than an acorn, its edges uneven. From the mines, she rasps, "My brother found it the day the dragon came, not for a king's vault, for his daughter's birthday." She rolls it between her fingers, the unpolished facets catching the light. Never got to give it to her. The trader opens his mouth, perhaps to call it a waste, but the words die as the child by the hearth reaches out, not for the gem, but for the old woman's hand. Ilian's next chord hangs in the air like a question. The dream he offered is fragile, absurd against the weight of history, and yet the elder's gem, the dwarf's axe, the child's small fingers, they're all still here, unburned. The music shifts, not toward answers, but toward something quieter, the space between what was and what could be. The trader looks away first, his ring suddenly too bright, too loud. Outside, the wind carries the scent of snow from the mountain, or perhaps it's ash. The bard plays on, and the difference matters less than the fact that the room is breathing together now. The dream, hovering like a spark above tinder. Waiting, a gust of wind rattles the shutters, and for a moment, the fire dims not from weakness, but as if the flames themselves are listening. Ilian's fingers pause on the lute strings, his voice dropping to a whisper, barely louder than the creak of old timber. Beneath the roots of the world, he murmurs, where even dragons dare not delve, there are things that gnaw at the dark. The child by the hearth gasps, her small fingers twisting into her mother's sleeve. The bard hesitates, regret already coiling in his chest. Some stories are knives, and children's ears are tender, but the mother doesn't scold or shield her daughter's face. Instead, she smooths the child's hair with hands that have known labor and loss. We've always shared our bread with shadows, she says, her voice quiet but unshaken. My grandmother called them the nameless not because they lacked titles, but because speaking them aloud was like scattering crumbs for hungry things. The fire pops, and the shadows on the wall twitch like something stirring in its sleep. Ilian exhales, the weight in his chest lifting just a little. He'd feared to name the darkness, but the mother's calm is a lesson sharper than any dagger. Some fears grow fangs only when you flinch. His fingers return to the lute, plucking a melody that rises slow and steady, like a sapling pushing through cracked stone. The dwarves of Khazad Dûm, he begins, dug too deep because they forgot the oldest rule. Light casts shadows, and shadows have memory. The tune deepens, echoing the rhythm of picks striking rock, but there's no dread in it now. Yet even there, in the blackest pits, the miners left offerings, not gold or gems, but songs. The child uncurls slightly, her curiosity outweighing her fear. Songs, she whispers, the bard nods, because some things listen, and a voice in the dark is a torch of its own. His music swells, not triumphant, but stubborn, a lullaby hummed against the night. The trader, who'd scoffed at dreams of shared bread, now stares into his cup, his ring silent for once. The elder by the fire chuckles, her knotted fingers tapping the rhythm on her knee. My uncle used to say, she rasps, that a named shadow is just another guest at the table. Annoying, maybe, but no match for good ale and better company. Laughter ripples through the room, loosening the tension like a knot undone. Ilian's lute follows, weaving warmth back into the air, but the lesson lingers beneath the notes. The nameless things are real, the dark is vast, but so is the hearth light, so are the hands that hold it. And as the child finally smiles, her fingers keeping time on her mother's arm, the bard plays on, not to banish the shadows, but to remind the room how brightly they themselves can burn. The lonely mountain stands silent no longer. Its ancient halls hum with the clang of hammers and the warm rumble of dwarven laughter, a sound long thought, lost to fire and shadow. Ilian's fingers dance across the lute strings, weaving a melody of mended bridges and shared hearths. Men and dwarves, he sings, no longer trade just in gold and steel, but in the weight of words. Stories of loss, of return, of how a single hobbit's stubborn kindness unspooled the dragon's curse like a knot undone. The tavern keeper, a broad-shouldered woman with a burn scar curling up her wrist, refills his mug with a nod. Her great-grandfather perished in Smaug's wrath, yet here she stands, pouring ale for a bard who sings of hope. Ilian feels it then, a flicker of pride, warm as the hearth's glow, but then his gaze snags on the corner. A figure sits apart, hood drawn low, hands hidden in sleeves too long for any mortal arm. The firelight avoids them, as if repelled by some unseen chill. Ilian's melody stumbles. Just a traveler, he tells himself. Just another soul seeking shelter from the mountain winds. Yet the air thickens, heavy with the scent of old parchment. and something sharper, dragon, root, perhaps, or the metallic tang of a blade freshly whetted. The child by the hearth, the one who'd clutched her mother's sleeve at tales of nameless things, stiffens. She doesn't whimper this time. She stares. The figure's hood tilts, just slightly, as if returning her gaze. Ilian's next chord rings too loud in the sudden quiet. He forces his voice steady. They say, he continues, though the words feel brittle now, that when the last embers of Smaug's fire cooled, the mountain sighed, not in relief, but in warning. The lute hums, low and wary, for dragons are not the only things that hoard. Some treasures are quieter, some hungers slower. The tavern keeper's hand stills on the ale tap. The dwarf with the silver-threaded beard sets down his cup with deliberate care. Even the trader, with his gaudy rings, goes unnaturally still. The hooded figure lifts a single finger, bone pale, too smooth, and traces a shape on the damp tabletop. The wood darkens where they touch, the stain spreading like ink and water. No one breathes. Ilian's throat tightens, but the song must continue. It always does. Yet here we are, he murmurs, his fingers finding a new melody, one woven through with threads of defiance, rebuilding, remembering, and when the shadows press close. The music swells, bright as a blade, catching dawn light. We light another fire. The figure's hand withdraws. The stain on the table fades, as if sucked back into the grain. The child exhales, her small shoulders slumping, but the chill lingers, clinging to the rafters like smoke. And Ilian wonders, as his lute plays on, whose story the hooded one has come to hear, or to rewrite. The silence left behind is heavier than the mountain itself. Ilian's fingers twitch against the lute strings, but no music comes, only the faint creak of the tavern door, settling back into place, as if the night itself swallowed the figure whole. The child by the hearth is the first to move, her small hand uncurling from her mother's sleeve to point at the table where the stranger sat. The stain they left behind isn't water or wine, but something darker, seeping into the wood like spilled ink. The dwarf with the silver-streaked beard curses under his breath and spits into the fire. Morgul work, he growls, and the word hangs in the air like a shroud. Ilian forces his breath to steady. He knows the tales of rings that whisper, of shadows that wear the faces of men. But this feels older. The glint of gold beneath the figure's sleeve wasn't the bright, brash lure of Smaug's hoard. It was something quieter, hungrier, like a coin left too long in a dead man's palm. The bard's dagger is still in his belt, but his other hand finds the small, smooth stone the child gave him earlier, its edges worn soft by the river. A talisman, perhaps, or a reminder that not all treasures glitter. The tavern keeper breaks the stillness, slamming a fresh log onto the fire. Sparks erupt, painting the walls in frantic light. Enough gloom, she barks, though her knuckles are white around the poker. We've enough shadows outside without inviting them in for supper. The trader laughs too loud, too sharp, but his rings clink like nervous crickets as he fumbles for his cup. Ilian plucks a single string, testing the air. The note quivers, thin as a spider's thread, but it's enough. Stories have teeth. He murmurs, more to himself than the room. They bite when you least expect it. His gaze drifts to the window, where the wind tugs at the shutters like a beggar at a locked door. The figure may be gone, but the tale they carried lingers, not in words, but in the way the firelight now dodges certain corners. how the shadows seem to pool thicker near the threshold. The child tugs her mother's arm. Who were they? She whispers. The mother hesitates, her eyes flicking to the elder by the fire, who hasn't touched her ale since the figure left. The old woman's lips part, but it's Ilian who answers, his voice low as the mountain's roots. A collector, he says, the kind who doesn't care if a thing is broken, so long as it shines. The lute hums under his fingers, a warning woven into the melody. Some stories aren't meant to be owned, they're meant to be shared, or they fester. Outside, the wind carries a new scent, sharp as a whetstone. The dwarf sniffs, then stiffens. Not ash, not snow, something metallic, something alive. The bard's next note is deliberate, a rallying cry wrapped in a lullaby. But here's the secret, he says, and the room leans in despite itself. Even the darkest collectors fear one thing. He pauses, letting the fire crackle fill the silence. Being forgotten, the child frowns, then brightens. So we remember louder. Ilian smiles, though his heart is a drum in his chest. Exactly. His fingers find a new rhythm, something bright and stubborn, a tune meant for singing in the dark. The trader joins in first, his voice rough but earnest. Then the mother, then the dwarf, until even the tavern keeper hums along, her poker still gripped tight. The stain on the table fades, not vanished, but dwarfed by the sound of voices choosing together what to keep and what to let go. The wind howls, but the door stays shut, for now. The cheer fades as quickly as it rose, swallowed by the sudden gust that rattles the shutters. Ilian's fingers tighten on the lute, the wood groaning under his grip. During the 7th, he says, and the name carries the weight of a vow. He wears no crown, only the soot of the forges where he labors beside his people. His dreams are not of vaults piled high, but of gates thrown wide. The melody shifts, no longer the mournful thrum of lost gold, but the steady rhythm of hammers shaping something new. A tithe of the mountain's wealth, the bard continues, not as tribute, but as seed, for schools in Dale, for medicines, for plows to turn the earth where fire once scorched it bare. The trader scoffs, but his rings clink nervously. And what stops this new king from clutching the gold like the last? Ilian doesn't answer at first. His gaze drifts to the door, where the shadow seems to press closer, as if listening. When he speaks again, his voice is barely above a whisper, because during dreams of dragons. A hush falls. The child by the hearth gasps, but the bard shakes his head. Not the winged kind, the kind that coil in the heart, the whisper that says mine until it chokes all else. The lute's strings tremble as he plucks a dissonant chord, so he plants his treasure in the hands of others, lets it grow roots in foreign soil, because a hoard divided, he trails off, letting the fire's crackle finish the thought. The elder by the hearth barks a laugh, her wrinkled hands patting the rough gem in her lap. Clever lad, you can't choke on gold if you've already given it away. But the dwarf with the silver-streaked beard leans forward, his eyes sharp, and the Arkenstone, the name hangs in the air, luminous and dangerous. Ilian's smile doesn't reach his eyes, shattered. He says softly, ground to dust and mixed into the mortar of Dale's new library. Let knowledge be the light, Durin said. The strings hum a high, crystalline note, like starlight on broken glass. A log collapses in the hearth, sending up a shower of sparks. In the sudden flare, The shadow by the door seems to recoil, just for a heartbeat. The bard sees it. His next note is deliberate, a challenge wrapped in melody. Some hungers cannot abide generosity. He murmurs, they starve in the face of shared bread. The child reaches into her pocket and pulls out a crumb of whey bread, placing it carefully on the table, a offering, a defiance. The trader stares at it, his gold-chased cup suddenly heavy in his hands. Outside, the wind carries a new sound, not the howl of something hunting, but the distant, determined ring of a hammer on stone, building, remembering. Choosing, Ilion's lute swells to meet it, the song no longer just a tale, but a torch held high against the dark. The melody fractures mid-note, sharp as a dropped anvil. Ilion's breath catches, not at the cold threading through the room, but at the way the dwarves' faces harden in unison, their swaying stilled as if frozen mid-step. The tune he plucked was no mere song. It was the stone singer's lament, older than Erebor's first throne, a hymn of earth and unyielding memory, the kind of music that once made dragons pause, if only for a heartbeat. A chair scrapes. The trader's rings clink like a warning bell as he stands, his eyes darting to the door. Enough, he mutters. Some songs are better left buried. But the elder by the fire slams her palm on the table. Nonsense. Her voice cracks like a whip. That melody kept our grandfathers' hearts beating when the dragon's fire licked their heels. You'd silence it now. She turns to Ilian, her gaze molten. Play it true, bard, or don't play it at all. The lute feels suddenly heavy in his hands. The dwarves lean forward, their beards bristling, their eyes reflecting the firelight like polished mithril. They know what comes next, the part where the song twists, where the stone singer's voice isn't just lamenting loss, but calling it. A summoning of sorts. Ilian's fingers hover. The shadow by the door hasn't moved, but the air around it wavers, as if heat rises from unseen scales. The child tugs her mother's sleeve. Why is it listening? She whispers. The answer coils in Ilian's throat. Because dragons hoard more than gold. They hoard songs, stories, the things that outlast them. He exhales and plays the next note, not the one written in the old scrolls, but a variation, softer, gentler, a compromise. The dwarves murmur, some nodding, others scowling. But the elder's grip on her gem tightens. She hears the lie in the tune. Outside, the wind carries a new sound, not the moan of branches, but the slow, deliberate scrape of something dragging across stone. The trader pales. The dwarf with the silver-streaked beard reaches for his axe, then stops. His fingers curl into a fist instead. Ilian's voice is barely a breath. Music remembers what even mountains forget, he says, but some memories bite when you wake them. He plucks a single string, letting it hum into the silence. The shadow by the door flickers, as if stirred by the vibration. The tavern keeper moves first, her poker thrust into the embers until they roar. Then let's give it something to chew on, she growls. And one by one, the dwarves begin to sing. The child's question lingers like smoke in the rafters, her small voice trembling. Will he come back, the dragon? The tavern falls so still, Ilian can hear the fire's heartbeat, a slow, pulsing crackle. Even the dwarves halt their cups mid-sip, their eyes reflecting not fear, but something heavier, recognition. Ilian sets the lute aside, its strings still humming with the ghost of the stone singer's tune. He kneels before the child, his shadow merging with hers on the worn wooden floor. Smaug's wings turned to ash long ago, he says, choosing each word as carefully as a mason selects a keystone. But dragons, they leave echoes. His fingers brush the scroll case at his belt, its leather worn smooth from travel. Inside lies a parchment from Rivendell, its edges singed as if the very ink feared its message. The elves speak of a different kind of fire, one that doesn't need scales to burn. The elder by the hearth leans forward, her knuckles whitening around her untouched ale. The scroll, she rasps, not a question, a demand. Ilian unrolls it just enough to reveal a single line, the letters jagged like claw marks. Beware the flame that feeds on silence. The child traces the words with her fingertip, frowning, but fire crackles, she protests. It's loud, the bard's smile is thin as parchment. Not this kind. This one grows in the quiet places, in the envy between allies, in the greed we swear isn't there. His gaze flicks to the door where the hooded figure stood. The stain on the table has vanished, but the air still prickles with the scent of something sharp and ancient. The traitor scoffs, rattling his rings. Elvish riddles, what good are warnings without enemies to point at? Ilian doesn't answer right away. Instead, he reaches into his pouch and pulls out a small, charred scale. No larger than a coin, its edge is blackened. Lindir gave me this, he murmurs, not from Smaug, from a dragon who fell 6 ages ago. Yet here it sits, still warm to the touch. The child gasps as he presses it into her palm. Dragons die, but the things that hatch them, those never leave. Outside, the wind shifts, not a howl, but a sigh. The sound of embers stirred awake. The dwarves exchange glances. They've heard this tale before, not in words, but in the way gold sings to them in the deep mines, in the way their fists clench when a bargain tips against them. The tavern keeper slams a fresh log onto the fire. So what's the cure? She demands, sparks dancing in her scarred knuckles. Ilian rolls the scroll shut with a snap. The same as always, he says, lifting the lute once more. His fingers find a new chord, one that doesn't chase shadows but names them. We keep telling the story. Out loud, together, the child closes her fingers around the scale. It doesn't burn, not yet. The tavern door groans on its hinges, a sound like old bones protesting movement. All eyes turn not toward another shadow, but toward a figure bathed in the silver glow of moonlight, clinging to her hair. She steps inside, and the air itself seems to quicken, charged with the crisp scent of pine and distant waterfalls. An elf, not just any elf, her cloak bears the emblem of Lothlorien, stitched in threads that shimmer like spider silk under starlight. Ilian's fingers go still on the lute strings. He knows her, or rather, he knows of her. Linwe, they call her in the Elven tongue, the one who listens at the roots of the world. Her gaze locks onto his, and though her voice is soft, it cuts through the tavern's murmurs like a blade through fog. The scroll has been read, she says, no greeting, no preamble, as if they've been mid-conversation for centuries. The traitor chokes on his wine. What scroll? He splutters, but the elf doesn't glance his way. Her eyes, older than the mountain, brighter than the Arkenstone ever was, remain fixed on Ilian. The bard feels the weight of the parchment at his belt, the one with the singed edges, and suddenly understands. It was never just a warning, it was an invitation. The dwarves shift, their boots scraping against the floor. The elder by the fire sets down her gem with deliberate care. Action, she echoes, her voice rough as tree bark. What action does an elf deem urgent enough to interrupt a tale? Linwe's lips curve, but there's no warmth in it. The kind that cannot wait for the telling to end. She reaches into her sleeve and pulls forth a leaf, not golden, as the malorns of her homeland, but blackened at the edges, its veins pulsing a faint, sickly green. The child near the hearth recoils. Mirkwood burns, the elf says simply, not with flame, but with a hunger that walks on two legs and speaks in pleasantries. Your story, bard, has woken more than memories. Ilian's stomach knots. He meant to stitch old wounds, not pry them open, but the lute in his hands feels suddenly alien, its strings slack as if ashamed. The trader laughs high and brittle, elvish theatrics. Next you'll say Smaug's ghost haunts the forest. Lin, why doesn't blink? Ghosts are for the fearful, she says. This is a seed, planted long ago, watered with silence, now sprouting thorns. She turns back to Ilian, and for the first time, something like urgency flickers in her gaze. You spoke of a collector, of shadows that hoard, but some things, bard, cannot be sung away. Outside, the wind rises, howling through the cracks in the shutters. It carries no scent of ash now, but something else, something sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit, left to rot in the sun. The dwarves exchange glances. The tavern keeper's grip tightens on her poker, and Elion, at last, understands the true weight of the scroll in his belt. It was never just a story. It was a spark, and the world, it seems, is drier tinder than he knew. The elf's breath is cold against Ilion's ear, her words sharper than the blade at her hip. Not a dragon's shadow, she murmurs, but a man's one who knelt too long in the glow of stolen gold. The bard's fingers tighten around his lute, the wood creaking under his grip. He's spun tales of dragon sickness before, of kings who withered into greed's hollow shells. But this is no yarn for a tavern's warmth. The man she speaks of wears no crown, only a merchant's robes and a hunger that outlasted Smaug's flames. He seeks the last shard of the Arkenstone, the one ground into Dale's mortar, not for its light, but for the lie it whispers, that some hearts are meant to rule and others to kneel. A chair scrapes behind them. The trader, the one with the rings that clinked like a counting house abacus, stands too quickly, his cup tipping ale across the floor. The scent of spilled hops mixes with something acrid, something like fear or recognition. Ilion's throat goes dry. He's played this moment before in a dozen different tales. The bard, the blade, the gathering storm. But stories have clean lines, heroes and villains, stitched neatly into the tapestry. Reality is messier. The lute in his hands feels suddenly fragile, its strings no match for the steel glinting at Linwe's side. The elf doesn't blink. Her gaze is fixed on the door, where the wind now carries not just the sigh of pines, but the rhythmic crunch of boots on gravel. Too heavy for an elf, too deliberate for a drunkard. The child near the hearth whimpers, clutching her charred scale like a talisman. Ilian wants to reassure her, to pluck a lullaby from the strings and make the shadows retreat. But some darknesses don't fear music, they feast on it. Linwe's hand brushes her sword's hilt, a silent question in the tilt of her chin. Choose. The word hangs between them, unspoken. Ilian could slip out the back, lose himself in the warren of Dale's rebuilt streets. Let the elves and dwarves untangle this snare of old curses and older hungers. But then his eyes catch the elders, the one who trusted him with her brother's gem, her gaze steady as mountain roots. She nods just once, as if she already knows his answer. The first knock shakes the door in its frame, not a request, a demand. Ilian exhales, his fingers finding the strings without hesitation, not a lullaby this time. A battle hymn, one the dwarves carved into Erebor's bones when the world was young. The tune is raw, unsung for centuries, its power not in melody, but in memory. Wes lips curve, not in a smile, but a baring of teeth. The traitor pales, his rings clattering as he backs toward the fire, and outside, the knocking stops. For now, Ilian's voice cuts through the chaos like a blade through smoke. Not a dragon's shadow, he says, his fingers pressing into the lute strings until the wood groans, but the shape a man makes when he kneels too long before gold. The tavern roars, tankards slam onto tables. A bench topples as someone lurches to their feet. The trader's rings flash as he jabs a finger toward the elf. Lies, you'd have us fear our own neighbors over elvish whispers. Why doesn't flinch? Her hand rests on the hilt of her sword, but it's her eyes that silence the room, bright and terrible as a winter's dawn. The shadow is here, she says, so softly the words seem to slither between the floorboards. In the weight of your purses, in the way your breath quickens when the dice roll. You felt it. You name it ambition, or pride, or good business. But hunger has many disguises. A dwarf near the hearth spits into the fire. The embers hiss. And what would you know of our hungers, pointy ear? Ilian plucks a single string, a note so deep it vibrates in the chest like a heartbeat. She knows, he murmurs, because her people remember. The elves watched Numenor drown. They saw men trade their souls for rings that promised eternity. His gaze sweeps the room, lingering on the child, still clutching her charred scale. This is no orc's blade at your throat. It's the slow rot of a question. What would you give to keep what's yours? The tavern keeper slams her poker against the hearthstone. Sparks fly. Enough riddles. If there's a foe, name them. Outside, the wind moans through the cracks in the shutters. Why tilts her head as if listening to a voice only she can hear. They call him the Gilded, she says at last. A merchant of Dale, they say, one who survived Smaug's fire by hiding in the carcass of a dead dragon, feasting on its marrow. Now he wears its teeth around his neck and sells them as charms. The elder by the fire goes very still. Her gnarled fingers tighten around her brother's gem. The children, she whispers, they've been buying those trinkets at the market all winter. Ilian's lute hums a dissonant chord, the sound of scales sliding over stone. He doesn't want your gold, he says. He wants your fear, because fear is the one hoard that grows when you share it. His fingers find a new melody, one the dwarves haven't heard in centuries, the stone singer's lament, but twisted, sharper. Not a lament anymore, a warning. The door rattles, not from wind this time. From a knock, 3 slow, deliberate strikes that shake the dust from the rafters. Wes sword sighs as it leaves its sheath. Choose, she says again, and in the hush that follows, the The child stands, her small hand pressing the dragon's scale to her chest like a shield. The hooded figure's cloak falls back like a curtain, ripped from a stage, revealing eyes that burn with the same sickly gold sheen as the trinkets he sells. His breath comes ragged, fingers twitching toward the dagger at his belt, a blade crusted with something darker than rust. "You," he snarls at Ilian, spittle flying. "You with your pretty songs and stolen tales, that destiny was mine." The words crack like a whip, but the bard doesn't flinch. His fingers stay pressed to the lute strings, the instrument humming a single, unwavering note, deep as mountain roots, steady as a heartbeat. Wes sword flashes silver in the firelight, but Ilian shakes his head. Steel won't cut this shadow, music might. The lullaby begins softly, so faint it could be the wind sighing through Erebor's empty halls. Yet the melody carries the weight of centuries, the same one dwarven mothers once crooned to their children when the mountain's depths grew too dark. The Gilded Man freezes, his dagger slips an inch, the firelight catching the dragon tooth hanging from his neck, blackened, jagged, still faintly stinking of old smoke. The song wraps around him, gentle as a river smoothing stone, and for a heartbeat, his gold-fevered eyes clear. A shudder runs through him. He sways like a sapling in a storm, his lips forming a name, not his own, but one long buried. A child's name, then the moment fractures. With a howl that's more grief than rage, he staggers back, clawing at his throat as if the melody has become a noose. The lute's note swells, but it's too late. The man whirls, his boots scattering tankards and ash as he crashes through the door, into the waiting maw of the night. Silence pools in his wake. The child's charred scale slips from her fingers, clattering against the floor like a dropped coin. Exhales through her nose, her blade still half raised. "He'll return," she murmurs. Ilian's fingers finally lift from the strings. The lute falls silent, but the air still thrums with the echo of that unfinished lullaby. "I know," he says, watching the doorway where the shadows twist like living things. "But next time, he'll remember the name we reminded him of tonight." And that, he touches the child's shoulder, his voice dropping to a whisper. That's a weapon even dragons fear. Outside, the wind carries the faintest sound, not a snarl, not a curse, but a sob. Then it's gone. The fire pops, sending a shower of sparks spiraling toward the rafters. Linwa's blade slides home with a whisper, her fingers lingering on the hilt, as if reluctant to let go of its weight. The tavern exhales as one shoulder's slumping, knuckles unclenching, the air itself lighter now that the shadow has fled into the dawn. Ilian's lute rests silent in his lap, its strings still humming with the ghost of that unfinished lullaby. His hands ache, but the pain is sweet, familiar. A storyteller's hands always bear the marks of the tales they carry. A small hand tugs his sleeve, the child, her face smudged with soot, her eyes too old for her years, stares up at him. Will there be another story tomorrow? Her voice is barely louder than the settling embers. Ilian reaches out, tousling her hair with fingers still calloused from years of plucking strings. "Always," he murmurs. The word feels like a promise, or maybe a spell. Outside, the first rays of sunlight crest the jagged peak of Erebor, painting the mountain in hues of rose and gold. The shadow is gone, for now, but the bard knows better than most that stories never truly end. They coil like smoke in the rafters, settle into the cracks of old wood, wait patiently for the next spark to wake them. The Gilded Man will return, the dragon's echo will stir, and when it does, the lute will be ready, the strings humming with the weight of all the tales yet to be told. The child leans against his knee, her fingers tracing the charred scale in her palm. "Good," she says, simple as a truth. Then she skips away, her small boots scuffing the sawdust as she rejoins her mother near the hearth. Linwë watches her go, her elven eyes unreadable. "You gave her hope," she says at last. Ilian smiles, though it's weary at the edges. "No," he corrects softly. "I just reminded her it was already there." The elf studies him for a long moment, then nods once, sharp as a blade's edge, before turning toward the door. The dawn waits for no one, not even those who walk in starlight, and so the tavern empties, one by one, until only the bard remains, his fingers absently tracing the lute's worn wood. The fire burns low, the mountain stands watch, and somewhere, beyond the edge of hearing, a new story begins to stir.